Good morning. Today is 25th of March 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Ballarat. This is in Victoria. This is how the track looks like. This is an anti-clock direction. So the horses are going to be running this direction. The ground rating is good. And the last finishing mile, if we take this as the last bend, let's just check. This probably is the finishing post. So from the last bend to the finishing post is about 450 meters. And we have raced here a few times. This track we have raced, and this is, for me, I think this is, one of the top 5 tracks in Australia. This is good. This place is good. I haven't seen or experienced anything foul here. These people are fair. The races are fair. All that you need to do is probably avoid the third last. So if it is the card has 10 races, avoid the 7th one. If there are 7 races, avoid the 5th one. On those lines. If there are 8 races, avoid the 6th one. So today we have 6 races here. And I'm sorry, today we have 8 races here, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes of better horses at the paddock, we often step out and or make changes with our bets. It's horse racing. We need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy. And that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the feed, the live feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the odds and the scratching. The third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers if we cannot make it through the feed. So that's all that we have. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race, and I'll share my thoughts once I have a clarity. Till then, we'll see what's going on. Okay, they're still not up. We'll stick to Tari.
Good first up, 4, 1, 3 and 6 in race 8. 2 best bets. Race 2, number 7, Jason Darren, and race 6, number 2, Cool Fizz, as a heavy shower comes through here, Priscilla.
Yeah, it's really strange this weather, isn't it? Race 2, number 7, Jason Darren, hoping he can get out of maiden company this afternoon.
All right, let's have a look at this quaddy. First leg 6, 2, 4, 10. Second leg 2 and 4. Then I made 2, 7, 6, and shortener in the last leg 4 and 1, mate. So what am I going to spend here with this quad here? I'm going to spend $64.100.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm pretty sick, Priscilla. Treble races 6, 7 and 8. Don't tell me you'd spent more.
Oh, I would have spent, a lot more.
Okay.
Okay. Go, Gary. I love the confidence. Well, I'm actually a little bit nervous because somehow I've left Victory of Omaha out of the first leg of the 40. So, come on, Casarina. First leg, 2, 4 and 10. Second leg, 4, 2, 1. Third leg, 7, 6 and 8. And the last leg, 1, 4 and 6. So that'll cost you $80 for 100%.
No, Jockey's Challenge. Aaron Bullock is our favourite at $2.40 on tab. Ben Looker sits at $4.80. Then you've got to go down to any other Jockey at $6. And then Sienna Grimer at $8. Andrew Gibbons at $9. Anna Roper at $12. And Tegan Warstock and Luke Rolls at $21. We're getting a heavy shower right now. Aaron Bullock favourite over Ben Looker and that Jockey's Challenge. We'll go to a break. On the other side, we'll be back here to have a look at the horses in the mounting yard for race 1 here at Taree. It's go time for Tuesday afternoon racing on Central. 2 meetings to bring you. Later start for Rocky. Their preview will be after this first race, Chargy and Russell Leonard. But the first race here at Taree, the weather has arrived right on the cue, and the rain is falling pretty consistently as we parade here for the first peak. Cheers with a couple of good chances. Hard Ash and Clever Illusion sit on the first and third lines of betting. And I know guys going to catch up with Peter for a chat in just a moment. 8 minutes away. Let's get out to Sillingham. Welcome back to Taree Race 1 maiden run over to 13.12. Our favourite on tab is your 7 Hard Dash. We'll start with the top weight here, Doncaster Avenue. Andrew Gibbons rides Joel Wilkes. Big lanky fella. He's lightly raced. He's just looking a little bit stronger each time you see him in the yard, Priscilla.
He's only had the 2 career starts, and I thought he showed good improvement here last start. They did walk up in front. He was beaten 4 lengths. That was 4 weeks ago. So, he's still learning his craft, but nothing wrong with it physically from the yard.
Alaskan Balloons, the 2 Johnny Rysdale rides for Brett Dobson. I like the way this big mare strengthened up. She's a lot stronger now. There was no condition on her last preparation, and I thought she run fair first up, but she looks better in the yard today.
She looks like a different horse. I didn't see her first up, but she has really strengthened. She's a 4-year-old now. She was doing her best work late there at Grafton, so I think the 1300 will suit her. Just whether she, this is still short of her best. She's probably better 1400 on a big track, but you could definitely back her on the way that she's parading here.
You've got the 3 big better bears, Japenza rides. So, Noel Bowler, look, he's had a good chance. We saw him over the rivers. He was trained by Andrew Paramore. He's been a good horse in the yard, but he's just finding it hard to put together, isn't he?
He has been placed on 2 occasions, but he's probably hard to tip on his last couple of runs. He does have the residual fitness on his side. I've just always been of the opinion that he's a better horse on a dry track, and unfortunately he's not getting that here.
We've got Clever Illusions to forward. Tegan Warstop rides for Peter Cheers. He's starting to clean up this horse. He's not a lot over big bodied horse, but he's very healthy now.
Now, they've just been mixing their distances with him. He was back to the 1260 here last start. He was only beaten 3.5 lengths, so he's not the worst, and he has been placed on rain-affected ground in the past.
See what this horse was. Treat Combs, the 5, Stephen Cummings, Steve Barley. I don't know, well, I haven't seen him his last 3 runs at the least anyway, but he'll treat that horse.
Every time he walks into the yard, I make the case for him on appearance alone. I thought it was a better effort from him last start when he was able to dictate out in front, so I imagine they'll be adopting similar tactics here from that inside gate.
6 fun in Texas. Jack Baker rides Lyle Chandler. We saw her in the yard at Armidale when she's run good there behind Cassidy, and that was 26 days ago. She's not an over big mare. I think the nice little break wouldn't have hurt her. If anything, it's probably done her the world of good, and she parades equally as good today.
Yeah, she does. I like the claim. She gets in with only 55, and from that good barrier, I just think the race maps perfectly. I guess if you're a little bit concerned, it's probably the fact that most of her places, well, all of her placings, have been right up on top of the ground. But apart from that, I think it looks a nice race for her here.
And it makes her look smaller with Lyle Chandler because he's such a tall guy, Lyle, isn't he?
Exactly.
You got Hard Dash to 7 here. See, Ryan rides Peter Cheers. I like the improvement he's made from second up. Big, strong horse now, and yeah, he looks terrific.
He was able to set a long speed here last start, and I thought he raced really well. So again, I'll probably give him a squeeze from the barriers. It's quite a gross doing horse, so third up into his preparation, he's set to go here.
And you got Prince against the 18 looker rides. Matty Robinson, I like the way he's returned. He's out in the middle. He's behaving himself at the moment. He's done a lovely trial too.
Yeah, he's really grown with that bit of a break. He's always been a nice horse to look at, but his manners are taking him a long way here in the yard to get himself a little bit warm last campaign. He was sharp in a recent trial over the 1,000. We know he wants a little bit further, but it looks a nice starting point.
And you got 9 Suncraft Leaper Olds rides for Jeremy Sylvester. She's a little mare. She's got a heap of chances to win one. She parades good body there. Looks healthy in the coat and probably just needs to find a bit of form, that's all.
She's quite a... she's had a fair bit of recent racing. She's back from the 1,500 and prefers a dry track.
Let's look at him in the 7, 6, 2 on 8. Just with Hard Dash, the big fella. I reckon he's improved off that second run. I just love the way he found the line. Fun in Texas, just not an over big now. I think that 23 day between runs has done her the world of good. Alaskan Balloon, the two, just completely different mare this preparation, bigger and stronger and very healthy and a lot fitter. And Prince again, love the way he resumes. He walked in the yard, he looked really good and he's had a lovely trial under his belt. 7, 6, 2 and 8 Priscilla.
6, 2, 7, 8. I'm with Fun in Texas. I know she's not an overly big mare, but I thought she paraded in great order. And just like the race set up for her, from that good gauge, she should be somewhere in behind the leaders, and she'll only carry 55 after the claim of Jack Baker. The 2 Alaska to learn, she paraded beautifully. Love the way she hit the line there first up. It's just whether this is still a fraction short of her best and whether she's a better mare on a bigger track. The 7 in Hard Ash, she showed really good improvement here last start. I think third up is set to go. And the 8 Prince's Game. Like the way that he's come back this preparation. It looks a natural starting point for him here. 6, 2, 7 and 8. Our favourite is the 7 Hard Ash. Currently at $2.30 over Prince's Game at $4.60. Then we head out to the 4 Clever Illusion at $5.50. Let's hear from Peter. Cheers. Peter's got a couple of runners here in the first.
Right, we'll start with Clever Illusion, mate.
Yeah, he's slowly getting there, just trying to work him out a bit, and yeah, he's improving a little bit each time, so hopefully the rate improves again.
Hard Dash, he looked really good. He's tightened up from that last run here.
Yeah, he's going really well from last prep. We sort of put him in the paddock for a few weeks, and he's come back a different horse.
Race 3 Purple Key improved off his first up run.
Yeah, he's coming well. Well, should be good.
Race 4 Nicotis Diego, how's he, mate?
Yeah, Nicotis Diego, well, he just, yeah.
Yeah, does his thing, doesn't he?
That's it. Yeah, he just does the same thing, and sometimes he finds a gap and comes through, and sometimes he finds.
Now we're in race 5. Would he push forward here, coming back to the model lead?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably would like to have a sit in, second, but probably if there's no speed on, 7:20.
Not had him for that long, but his runs have been good, haven't they?
Yeah. No, he's going well.
Good luck, Pete.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining me, mate. Yeah, thanks very much. Lyle Chandler trains the 6 Fun in Texas. So we got our favourite here on tab. It's Hard Dash at $1.75. A Clever Illusion, the stable mate at $5.50. Prince of Games resuming $5.50 on tab. And like I said, Lyle Chandler trains the 6 Fun in Texas. $10 on tab at the moment. I think she's over. And not only that, Lyle's with Priscilla right now.
How is you, Lyle?
Yeah, she's really well. We gave her a little bit of a freshen up, not that we needed to, but I thought we'd just keep a bit of sprint in the legs off the last effort at Armidale, and she's in good order.
So she's back to the 1300, but just drawn to get a beautiful run.
Yeah, drawn to get a beautiful run. I'm just not sure how she'll handle a heavier track. So a bit of a question there, but obviously she's by Rebel Dane, who traditionally seems to sire horses that go through the going. So fingers crossed she'll handle it today.
Yeah, I actually mentioned that in the preview, looking through a wet track form, it's not great, but sometimes you can find that in maidens because they can just find races that aren't suitable.
Yeah, I think she had a bit of a soft track the other day at the Beaumont, and she just got a bit back, and she wasn't travelling from the start, and she was getting a lot of mud into those blinkers, and she just being a mare, she just resented that. But hopefully we can be a little bit further forward today, and also maybe just because the track we're the first race of the day, so hopefully it's not poached up too bad, and she might get through it all right.
Nice to see you here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good on you, Lowell. The Heart Dash favourite at $2.50, $1.95 into $1.90 right now. There's been a very good move for the stablemate, Priscilla. That Clever Illusion was $5 this morning, $4.80 tab now. Prince of Games resuming from that $5.50 out to 6. Alaskan Balloon, no money at all. She's 8 out to 12. I'm now 13s. And Fun in Texas, well and truly over $9.50 out to $13.
That's concerning.
No,
Really concerning because I thought the pick of the yard was Alaska to Learn, and she's gone for a bar at $13.
strengthened up, hasn't she?
She looks magnificent.
Yeah, to what we saw last bit, she had no body on her.
No, and she's coming out of some really strong races. She's had a couple of runs on wet tracks. Yeah, I can't believe the price about her. The only little negative in my mind with Alaska to Learn was whether this was just a stepping stone, whether she's better at 14, 1500 on a bigger track.
Well, she's ready to get a lot further by Fiance to Learn, but she'll get 2,000 metres later on. With this big horse, Heart Dash, I think he tightened up a little bit. Big lump of the guy, and he was good here, second up. He was doing a good game. But he is awfully short now at $1.85. Like I said, there's a for the stable, mate. Clever Illusion.
Well, they just keep backing him. He just keeps shortening up, doesn't he? Every call. But I will say it's a pretty open race at first.
Yeah, okay, well, let's find out how this track.
Azhar, welcome back, Azhar.
7-6-2-8.
They're already downgraded to a heavy 8.
Let's go to Rob.
First event. Well, welcome to Gary and Priscilla from Thoroughbred Central. So there's a horse getting right up in the gates. Might be Big Better Best. Settles better now. Racing, anticipated the start. Big Better Best. Loved a half in front, but was short-lived because Combe slides up.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Third, Doncaster Avenue. Now sliding back to fourth is Big Better Best at a length and a half to Fun in Texas, followed by Clever Illusion on the inside, 2 Alaska Balloon, 2 Suncraft, and 4 lengths away last of all was Prince's Game at the first turn at the 900 metres. On the inside, Combs is just trying to hold out. On the outside looks to be Alaska Balloon, a length, rather on the outside, Doncaster Avenue, a length and a half away third, Big Better Best. Eking up along the inside was Hard Ash. A further length and a half, Alaska Balloon. It's working around them 3 deep, followed by Fun in Texas, a half Clever Illusion, a length to Suncraft, and 2 last of all was Prince's Game to the 500 metres. Combs the inside, gets a half to 3/4 of a length in front. Doncaster Avenue second, third, Hard Action the clear. Big Better Best the outside from Alaska Balloon, behind those Clever Illusion, Fun in Texas and Suncraft, but into the straight they head. It's Combs in front, Stephen Cummins goes for home. Margin abbreviator is Hard Ash on the outside. Doncaster Avenue whacking away for third. It's Combs in front, Hard Ash grinding away. Hard Ash puts the neck in front, Fave too good. Hard Ash by length. Combs second, Princess Game is third, followed by Clever Illusion.
7.
Behind those Fun in Texas, Big Better Best, Doncaster Avenue. Next to last, Alaska Balloon, and last of all was Suncraft.
All right, this is what I have for the first one. Now, let me just explain where are we and what are we dealing with. We are at Ballarat. Now, this track is, for me, it is one of the top tracks in Victoria. These people, they're very good. I have never seen them playing unfair. It's always they kind of are the kind of people where things are generally right. They do not do anything hanky panky. I think the reason behind that is they are also probably state sponsored. The best track that they have is the all weather track, which is a state sponsored track. It's a very expensive all weather track, and they have always played fair on that track. So we are in a good place today, and I like this track, and they kind of all good. So I've made a few changes, and we've got this particular column which called JEDL. So we'll monitor this, and I'll explain how this thing should give us a little more clarity, especially on the clubs. So that 5 is the favorite. If we look at the odds, that 5, 7, 4, and 3. 5 is the favorite. 5, 7, 4, and 3. If we look through the rails, that 5 is the first one to come out. That's the linear, right? 4 is the next best, but 7 is in very good hand, and ideally this is the EW position, but they lack this side of the rail, and this one has both sides of the rails. So the odds are right. So the odds are right. Whether that 3 will get into the second position because of the advantage is something that is very difficult at this point of time. This is the first one. It's one of the top drift. This is not a top drift. This one is a top drift, but we'll stick to the odds, and I think they kind of, this place, I like what they do. I generally never seen them playing foul. So 5 is the favorite, 5 is the linear, 5 is with all good line and support. The only problem is there is a problem there which is not there with the rest of them. 1 is at 69%, 3 is at 24%. This one is there. If we look at the pressure point is absolutely good on 5. It's good. 7 is within the odds. It's within the rails. It's good. So ideally, the odds, whatever they've mentioned, 5, 7, 4, that's, I believe that is what it is. That should work. I like the 5. And we'll see how it works. And about this particular column that we have, this is a new column that we have. And we are going to monitor this, how this thing works. This should give us a little more clarity, and we'll be able to see how it works. So 5 is the favorite. I think 5 should win, especially when we are at Ballarat. We still have no feed. We'll wait for the feed to come in. Right, there's a new thing that I would like to mention today. I know there are a lot of people who are watching this show from the Latin American countries, like Mexico, Chile, Venezuela, and all that. So, and you know, they've been here with this channel for a very long time. However, because of the kind of arrangement YouTube has in those regions, a lot of people are not able to become a member of this chat and they're not able to subscribe to the membership. Now, PC came up with a very generous offer, and PC suggests that if someone who is from those countries where people are not able to, subscribe to the membership because of the payment problem, there can be an arrangement made for them to be a part. So in order to be able to chat and become a member, if you are from Venezuela, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, all these areas where there is a problem with the payment, please send me an email. You will find my email under the channel description. It's Grandstand Gazette, the Grandstand Gazette at gmail.com. You will find it under the channel description. So send me an email, and there are definitely terms and conditions how this will work. PC came up with the offer, and I'm very, very thankful to PC that, PC actually thought of it. And if you are interested, send me an email, and I'll advise or suggest what can be done. There's definitely terms and conditions, and if you are here regularly and if you're not able to chat, please send me an email. If you're from those countries, Mexico, Brazil, Chile, Venezuela, places like that. So 5 should do the job. We'll see if we got the feed. Not yet.
Yeah, I think it is on its way. But if this rain does hold up this afternoon with this breeze, yeah, we might even be a chance of an upgrade here today to even a good pause throughout the course of the afternoon. I'm looking forward to heading to the Red Centre next week. Alice Springs Cup Carnival presented by Ladbrokes. It's always a terrific time of the year out there in the Red Centre. Of course, they've had 2 days of their carnival in.
Okay. These are feed. I generally stay out of the first race, but we've raced here a few times, and this is good, which is this one getting tailed. Green. 7 or 4. One of them is getting tailed.
Whilst I have been also going through this on in grade 5, something like
that. 5's okay. But out of 7 and 4, 1 is getting tailed. I don't know which one. We'll try to figure that thing out. That's okay. I'm gonna go with 5. So, yes, 5 should win, Azar. Even I've gone with 5. It's a good track. They do not do anything weird. We just have to be aware of the third last race.
Super fun. In here as the small field gets ready. Yes, hi Terry. The small field just starting to load here for the first. Super Fun who gets blinkers first time and an inside gate's the first to load. The favourite's drawn next door. So Grouse Mountain moved up into her barrier, the $1.55 favourite. Ruffy of the field Global Witness has gate 3. Nebuchadnezzar goes up into barrier 4. So 2 more to load. Tippy Tay and Swift Power. Starters headed around for the opening race today, which is the Brand Maiden. Tippy Tay goes up and Swift Power will be the last one to load. Track's a good 4, rails in the 3 metre position. The lights turned on, 1,000 metres here, race 1. Swift Power's gone in. They're all set. And they're away. Grouse Mountain out of gate 2, bounced out quickly. Looks like heading off Super Fun, and out wide at Tippy Tay isn't all that far away. Nebuchadnezzar's going to drift back into 4th position, and then the 2 outsiders of the field, Swift Power and Global Witness. But it's Grouse Mountain who led. Tippy Tay across to sit second, a half length away, but the favourite is controlling things with 600 to go. Super Fun in 3rd, Nebuchadnezzar 4th, 1 off, a couple away to Global Witness. And last is Swift Power as they turn for home. So with 400 to go, and it's Grouse Mountain leading 3/4 Tippy Tay, who's already urged along. So Nebuchadnezzar comes on 3 deep, but Super Fun gets off the fence. Grouse Mountain has to find a bit more. She really needs to pick up 200 to go. Super Fun's gone past her. Nebuchadnezzar battles away, but it's Super Fun with the blinkers added today looking much sharper. Super Fun put 2 lengths into Grouse Mountain and Nebuchadnezzar late, and Super Fun was
It is 5.
Super Fun, the 2-length winner over Ground. Man! Nebuchadnezzar ran 3rd, Swift Power in 4th, and then a good margin back to Tippy Tay, and the last one was Global.
This is why I do not place bets on the front one.
Fresh up here, blinkers on, off an inside gate where he got the lovely track behind the speed and the race favourite. And he had the favourite in all sorts of trouble 300 out when he picked up alongside, and Grouse Mountain just couldn't find an extra gear. Super Fun's been too good there. 3, 5, 4 and 2 will be the interims. 3, 5, 4 and 2. So Super Fun at almost double figures here. The small field takes out the first of the day. Super Fun number 3 is...
So what happened? 3 actually went through. If we'll now look through the JDL, that's 5-3. Then 4 is the highest, 5 and 3. The first one
You can see a horse with that pace a little bit more get rapidly. The amazing different facilities that the Martins have, they're able to go to the beach, the farm team, and have us move around with operations.
Yeah, I suppose that's the best thing about it. You know, we have all these different varieties, so it's worked out well for this horse. We have that obviously with every other horse as well, so it is a great asset for me.
What were structures to take over for the road?
Basically that, we thought we'd just find ourselves just behind the speed, be able to hopefully quicken up when needed to, and that's exactly what we did.
Job well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Ben, well done. Great ride there. It sounds like you carried out instructions. Good choice.
Yeah, you said well. Took me a bit slow. They're going to take it up. It was nice to take it up. Full sort of likely.
He has only had the one goal start prior to this. I feel like the style is really a nice product in this kind of series.
Definitely, I think it takes a lot better today than when you first start. What's going on? Seemed to happen. This way you went about it. Yep.
Go back up to 12-1 quickly. Go forward into the separation.
Right, this is what we have for the next one. This is number 2. We will be sensible, and we'll do what we do. Anyway, so if we look at the odds, then it is 4, 6, 3, and 8. 4 is the favorite. 6, 3, and 8. If we look through the rails, then that 4 is the first one to come out. But that it's a 1200 meter. We need a linear. And linear is this one, 8. And if we look at the pressure points are that this one is 25, this is 57, this is 52. Problem is they just have 1-1 races. They both have just 1 races each. Now, the other problem is that this is not a great idea. It's a place. It's a drift. It's a larger inner drift. It's a place. winning with that number is difficult. We have seen this in numerous tracks. If we talk about the linear, it has just one race. It's in very good hands, but it has just one race. The 6 is the same thing. 6 is in trouble because it has one side of the rail, the other side of the rail is missing. 3 is also the same. 7 is the EW, which is placed right below the thing within the rails. So see, 4 is the favorite. It's got some numbers that are on the basis of which I am kind of I know that it has gone favorite, but I will not go with this situation here. The last one, the 5 was the favorite. That was not a strong linear. That was not a strong linear. It was a linear, but it is not a strong one. A strong one is when we get it in the range of 150 to 200, 250. This is 643. What happened is that 3 knocked it down. And here it is also the same thing. It is, first of all, it is not a linear. The linear is 8, then it is 6, then it is this one. So 4 winning is a difficult, and putting money on 8 is a gamble. Why? Because it has one race. 4 technically is not in a winning position. That will only happen if 6 and 8 failed. And there's a huge chance that these two will fail. Why? Because they just have 1-1 races and the pressure is there. Though this one has advantage, the 8 has advantage. Firstly, it is in one of the best hands. Secondly, it has been given relaxation here, but the pressure is there. Still, the pressure is there. It's a linear. I would have gone with 8, but I'm not going to go with 8. And I'm not going to go with 4 either. 4 is the favorite. So that will not happen. The thing that might happen, is the 4 will get a place that is there, but I don't want to go with the EW or anything. I'm going to stay out of this one. If you look through the JDL, the 6 comes up. And the 8 is the highest. Four is the second one. This is a mediocrity. So I'm going to stay out of this. The 8 is in good hand. It's a linear. The pressure is high. And it is not the first one through the rails. It's the second one. The only problem is they have just 1-1 races. if they had at least one more race, then the numbers would have been a little more convincing. These people, they have just one numbers. The 4 has solid numbers, but that is an EW position. So no bets for me. Out. But it'll play within the odds because these people are like that. The Ballarat is a good place. They generally do not do anything hanky panky.
Operating up here in Australia. Okay. Probably one winner now, go around the world, but if anyone's interested, you really want to stuff with this right slipper ride for next year, and next year, this week, we'll be doing a post race or post winning slipper interview. Well done again.
Azhar, I have nothing on Tari. I'm not racing Tari, bro. But Tari is also not a bad place. Tari is not a bad place. Tari is okay.
For race 2, the pipe right original the scratching 1, 2, 5, 9, and 10. Zach's Fame, race number 1, race 2 and 2 o'clock. The late scratching in the third event today, race 3.
So, just a little thought. So the 4 is the favorite, but it's a drift. It cannot win. When I'm looking at these two numbers, they are the EW numbers, out of which 3 is looking like is a good one. I mean, see, this thing has a lot of pressure. Either 8 wins because of the hand. It's well within the rails. Or it is 6, which is the second one, but it is not within the rails. Those are disadvantages. If we have disadvantage all through, then that 3 is a good one. It has advantage. That's a very loose number. That thing can be challenged. The 3 is a good one. It is also looking good at the paddock. EW on 3 should be good. I think an EW on 3 should be good.
Bring a large piece to the attraction today. Also, what fly line on my star? How do you bring that content? That's what she was like today. That's what I said. Down for us all the next week.
It's not without a chance here, French to avoid, because she probably maxed to box seat here where the control zone actually leads or not is the thing, but just wonder who might well take it up. I guess French the void can't be discounted from being the leader either if she picks out.
I'm not getting into it. I'm going to stay out.
Going to Prince Magnetite moves up. Control zone is still the favourite, $2.30 on the VOP. Moves along into his barrier. And that leaves McLovin and Hells on a mission to complete the line. Small line that it is. 6 runners here in race 2, the Pipe Pro Directional Drilling Maiden. Starter heads around. McLovin looks to be in, so Hells on a mission. Goes up into that outside stall. And they're all set. Signals given. And they're underway. Control zone seemed to jump out pretty well. Patagonia won't be far away, nor French Savoy off the inside. Prince Magnetite eases back behind them. McLovin's a little bit wider out. And there was no speed at all from Hells on a mission, who's back near the tail but still in a wide position, as Control Zone is the one who indeed ends up in the lead. So with 800 to go, and at just a very controlled gallop, it is Control Zone who led a half length on McLovin. Hells on a mission went up third, but is stuck there 3 deep. Right behind the leader is French Savoy. Patagonia in the middle. Prince Magnetite last of the 6 as they come down to the home turn. Control zone held together here by John Allen, led 3/4 over McLovin. Patagonia, Pell's on a mission, just drifting a bit on in that wide position. Then came French Savoy and Prince Magnetite as they straighten up. It's control zone with McLovin who sticks on. Patagonia's a length away. French Savoy under pressure, then Prince Magnetite. It's control zone and McLovin, the front pair though. They look to be battling it out for the moment. 100 to go. Control zone's headed by McLovin. Running on late Patagonia. McLovin in front from Patagonia. And McLovin at a price for winning.
One.
McLovin about a lock neck on. Patagonia, I think, second from control zone. Out wide Prince Magnetite runs in fourth. And then French Savoy. And the last one was Pell's on a mission. So McLovin's gone around at $17 here. Sat outside of control zone in a slowly run race down to the home turn. And then they've sprinted the last 400, obviously, and McLovin's been able to firstly get past the favourite and then hold off Patagonia. And win the event here, ridden by Zach Spain for Cliff Brown, number 1. It does look like Patagonia will nose out control zone for that second spot, with Prince Magnetite getting into 4th. So 1, 6, 4 and 7. To be the interims there, 1, 6, 4 and 7. McLovin, number 1, wins at his 6th.
Even that 3 did not get in. So what happened, why I stayed away from the 4, because that is not a winning number. It is a place, but that is not a winning number. That is an outer drift. That's an inner drift. If we refer to the races that we have been doing, this thing cannot win. The 1 actually got through because of it's a larger outer drift, so it's got advantage. This one had advantage. This one also had advantage. This one actually was a better horse, but this thing went through. So what happened is the 1, 6, 4 and 7. 6 came in because the pressure was a little less. So 1, 6, then 4, then 7. The 8, the pressure was too much, though it was the linear. I did not find any confidence on that.
Is that maturity a race day specific thing, or is it on the track at home as well?
I think it's all mental with him.
Go to the next. 3, 4, 11.
Definitely. Knowing him like that.
Crashed. 9, 6, 10 and 5.
Great ride by him. We'll just go now. Well done to you and all the team. Congratulations to the racing home as well. National winning jockey Zach Spain. Looks like a little bit better, and just heard from the stable that it's all between the ears clear. So just really right.
Yeah, 100%. He's gone well, playing pretty forward. I just laid on his neck to the sort of first furlong of the race. Just let him get outside leader under his own steam without thinking him to be there. He relaxed really nicely throughout and sort of started to build on him around the return. And always felt like the winner. As you just heard, as soon as I give him stuff around the bottom, he wanted to run in. But yeah, just feels a little bit mentally immature, but what do you think?
You think going stride to stride and straight there with the Mar horse sort of helped him or hindered him? If he wanted to kind of look across and then want to get his head in front, or kind of think about it when that happens?
Yeah, it's just when he got halfway to the front, he just had a bit of a think about it. But as I said, mentally immature.
7.
Get the win out of the way with him. I think
6, 10 and 5.
nice enough.
whilst I've got you here, I want to mention I watched you live on TikTok the other day, dancing jockey. For those at home who might not realise, you're multi-talented, also very good at the dart. That's something that you're keen on the side as well.
Yeah, it's a little hidden hobby of mine. I do it sort of 2 to 3 times a week down at the Dart Cave in Munson Park. There's a group of boys down there, and just an outlet for variety. Just get my mind on things. I enjoy it. As I said, there's lots of boys down there. But yeah, darting jockey, get on TikTok and Instagram, give it a follow.
Definitely do.
Okay, this is the third one. If we look through the odds, the 9 is the favorite. 9, 6, 10, and 5. 9 is the favorite. So 9 is actually an EW position. 6 is the linear, but it's not a stronger one. It's not a strong one. 9 has just one race, and it's a good one, but if we look at the management of that horse, it's pretty much dull. They're the highest defaulter. They're the highest defaulter. Let's take a look at the odds here. 9 is 6%, 10, 9. This doesn't look right. So again, this is something that maybe for an EW was good, but they are like that. So not a great idea. Not a great idea. It's a 1400 meter. The 6 is the linear, but it's not a strong one. It's not a strong one. The best hand here is 7 and 12. 7, 12 is one of the best hands. They're brilliant. They're good. 7 is also one of the best hands, and they come within the BBs. They're the larger drift. Here, the larger drift went through with a 12 1200 meter, which shouldn't have happened, but that has happened. And 9 is a good one. It is not a bad horse, but the management is bad. And honestly, winning is difficult for 9 because
Also, got a very big event coming up this
it's an
Friday.
EW position. If that linear was not there, if 6 was not there, then 9 would have had a chance. But the 6 is there. The 6 is also not in a winning. I don't know if the 6 can win actually, because that's not a strong handicapping. That's a loose number. That's a very loose number. Though we have a very good jockey on this, and this 6 is the pressure is also right, but when we look at the pressure, we also have to look at this. That pressure brings in that number. So if that pressure is bringing in that number is kind of loose, which essentially means that it's a bad idea to get in. Again, I'm out. I will not get into this. 9 winning is difficult. 9 winning is difficult. It's the best maiden, but in a 1400 meter, I would have gone with this, but there's a problem with the management. This problem is huge. They are a dysfunctional team. 7 is a good management, but that is also an EW number. 2 is out because it is neutral, but God knows, maybe because of all this nonsense that is going on, maybe the 2 will get in. I don't know, but I definitely like the 7 because of the drift and that. But there's no clarity in this. There's no clarity. I cannot just go with the hands. We needed some support line on that, and it is not the first one through the rails. The first one through the rails is 6, and 6 is weak. 9 is a good one, but there is a problem with their management. 7 I like, but that's a drift number. And 2 is neutral. 10 is also not in bad hands, but the other one is 8, which is here. They're also like 51%. Bad idea. I'm not going to get into it. Bad idea. Bad idea. 1400 meter, the 6 is a good one, but that's not strong enough. That's not strong enough. It is a gamble that 6 is going to win. It's going to be a gamble. 6 is going to win. And what is that? 14. Oh man. This is not happening. That's there, 196. Bad idea. I'll stay out. No clarity.
Half length over Knowles, 111.86.
Sorry to Lewis, welcome back.
Well, thanks so much for your time. Always very glad to be on site. Bring the debutante to safe sponsors today. How's it going with the raceway experience thus far?
Yeah, exactly. That's super, to be honest. So, you can do a little bit, just to learn in the game is probably be all too hard. It's taken a while to get the race, but this first preparation for us is a pretty good trials. We can be happy with it.
You just seem to be well educated coming into today. It's stable and confidence.
Yeah, definitely got the ability to win today. It's a bit of an unknown race. So that's the today before. So that's the best ability to business, whatever it is today. Without
That ability, which is shown at home to be the biggest qualities.
just the way he's able to relax, bring it up to speed in the trials and then he got strongly. That's definitely a sign of looking for more ground. Potentially might need to be a bit here in time, but fingers crossed he can run very well.
He has some owner breeders, and I suspect he's all on site here as well.
Yes, good fancy today. Fourth place in my last one, but just a couple better here.
You also bring a few other runners here today. W Baby, Fair, Thinker, and also Claire. The overall as a whole in general.
Yeah, definitely probably the best. Debbie Babe's got a lot to improve, but she's definitely had a script. Played the first start for the stable, so trialled up pretty well down the Paxton base. I kept it crossed with no gear on, she can run well and thought that's clear. Been building up in this prep for the outfit like Ballarat, so hopefully that's the key to it today.
Fingers crossed it's a good day for stable. Best of luck here for the rest of the day. Thanks so much.
Arriving at the gates here, 2 minutes out of race 3. Okay, Terry, well, I was prepared to tip Think So. Backing him at $2.90 is a different proposition, but I thought he had every chance of pole up at 1100, but then he jumped 1100 to 1400 at Bendigo, and he had a wide run there, and he was pretty good. He battled on quite well under the circumstances there, so you would have thought he'd be highly competitive in a 3-year-old maiden at 1400 at his next start. So here we are. You just have to take a fairly short price about him. All Business is certainly a winning chance. Saker Falcon's been the well-back runner late, 550 down to 420. Mr. Butts Boats ran well here at the last meeting. So I think So will still run the favourite. Just having a look at Abby's Crossword. Everything's okay with Abby's Crossword. She's going up into the stalls riderless. They've just made a gear adjustment with her after Alana Kelly dismounted about 100 metres before the gates. Just got a bit flighty. Think So has moved in. Saker Falcon's about to move up with a delay to load as well. All Business now behind the line. 3 Real Roses has gone up into barrier 1. Henry Dwyer's going to step out as Ura after this next event. She's going to have a track gallop between races. She's just going to breeze up about 800 and just quicken a little for her last 400. So hopefully we'll get some footage of her. She's pretty close to resumption. I think she might go to the trials next week or the week after. I think have her first up run in Earl in Adelaide. So good to see her step out here in the sunshine this afternoon. In time, it's just taken attendance a little while to load a couple of breeds. Most notably Weather Delay, who's riderless with several barrier attendants trying to bundle him in. I think they've just about secured him in the stalls. So Zaina moves up. All Business comes along to a wider gate. Tapered gets ready. Mr. Butts Boats moves up, and City Weekend will be the final one. As the starter heads around for the Manhari 3-year-old maiden, 1400. Think So, the $2.70 favourite. Saker Falcon well back into second favourite now. So all the money's flowing there. Already at the 1400. Set to go. Signal. And they're away. Weather Delay just slightly slow. Think So jumped out pretty well, but isn't really interested in the lead. All Business will get around him in the first 100 metres. Abby's Crossword going up to second from Think So. Mr. Butts Boats. They were followed next in the field by Weather Delay, who's on the improve, and Saker Falcon taking up a handy position as well. 2 lengths away to Tapered, Zaima, then City Weekend, and 3 Real Roses is the last one. They've gone past the 1,000, and the front runner is All Business, led 3/4 over Abby's Crossword, and Mr. Butts Boats has kept out 3 wide in third. Fourth, the favourite On the Rail, Think So. Fifth, the well-back second favourite, Saker Falcon. Then Weather Delay, 2 lengths further away to Tapered and Zaima. 3 then to City Weekend, and 3 Real Roses last as they come down to the home turn. So it's All Business and Nick in front of Abby's Crossword, Mr. Butts Boats. Weather Delay comes out at 4 wide. Think So awaits a run, and so too Saker Falcon. There'll be 2 fresh horses if they can both get room. And then followed by Taper and Zaima swings to the outside to make ground as well. Mr. Butts Boats in the meantime ran to the lead. Getting into the clear is Saker Falcon. Think So had to switch course, and Zaima still runs on. Mr. Butts Boats still had the lead, 100 to go. Zaima's closing rapidly. Mr. Butts Boats in front. Zaima's not going to get there in time. Big effort by Mr. Butts Boats. 3 wide the triple.
214.
Mr. Butts Boats from Zaima, Saker Falcon, and Think So runs in 4th. Then Weather Delay. Tapered was next ahead of All Business and 3 Real Roses. Abby's Crossword, and the last one was City Weekend. Well, you might come up for excuses for a couple of the favourites there who were held up around the home too, but it's hard to justify them when Mr. Butts Boats
that is
has been
what
3
happened
wide
today.
on the speed with no cover, and then generally holds them all off in the last 250 metres of the race. It's been a really good win. From a wide gate, didn't get any luck through the race, but still wins. Mr. Butts Boats, number 2 for Nigel Blackiston and Neil Farley. Zaim has come from a fair way back. She's run on nicely there into second place. Seika Falcon will be third and Think So in fourth. 2, 14, 5 and 6 will be the interims. 2, 14, 5 and 6. Mr. Butts Boats, number 2, winners a 3-year-old by Hello Proud, trained by Nigel Blackiston and was ridden by Neil Farley. 14, Zaima in second is by Wissant Staloon, Glenn Thompson, Declan Bates. 5, Seika Falcon third by All Too Hard for Lindsay Park and Luke Curry. Think So finishes fourth and All Business in fifth.
So what happened is, because of all that circus which was going on, we spoke about this neutral. Neutrals generally do not get in, but today it was a circus that was happening. Why? Because the 6 is loose. Let's accept that first. The 6 is loose. The 9 was too much expectation. That cannot win. This was in good hand, but that's an outer drift. So this, and if we look through the JDL, the 14 comes up. Two 14 5 6 2 14 5 and then 6. They have improved their stuff. Ballarat is playing strong. Ballarat is playing strong. It is not like what it used to be anymore, but they're playing strong. So this was not in a winning position. Definitely lose. All of them were lose. This was a 54% drift. Cannot go through this. 2 was a neutral, but today, because of all the circus that was happening up here, the 2 went through. Anyway, this was ideal to stay out, and we stayed out of this one. One, 3, 4, 10 and 15. 12, 14, 6 and 9. Yeah. Right, this is what I have for the fourth one. That 12 is the favorite, okay? Again, it's the same thing. Both of them are drift numbers. They're good for a place. Winning is difficult. On the contrary, the 9 is a good horse, but you know, I doubt it'll work. 9 is a good horse, but I doubt it'll work. Seven. Again, the 6 is a neutral. For for some reason today the that's a drift number. It's probably a place, but winning is difficult. 14 is the same thing. That's a very loose number. 1500 meter is the same thing. The pressure is not adequate. This one, the 9 definitely has advantage, but here it can be challenged by anyone. It can be challenged by anyone, especially that 2. It can be challenged by anyone. I'll be out. No bets.
Just a little behind time here, folks. They're just starting to arrive at the gates here, so probably another couple of minutes away. Runners arriving at the start here for race 4. Happy enough, Terry. I wouldn't be rushing to back for $2.25, but I was pretty keen on her at Warrnambool the other day. She didn't run a bad race. She had just about every chance, but there's been a bit of form come out of it. Jafina, who's won that race, came out of stepped straight up into a benchmark level race at Reagan, won again on Friday. So that does help the cause, I think, if you're assessing the form around Extinguish here. And she does draw to get a nice run through the race again. So they're just starting to load on. The move has moved up. She's a beauty. Front show. Extinguish. It's along into her stall, as does Karma Queen. So the last few, there's 3 more to load, and Telligan, who just goes up into the gates now, Debbie Baby, and Whoops. It's drawn a wide gate, but we've been notified that they're going to try and ride in a little more positive lead today. Starter heads around, 4th event of the afternoon is the Porter Plant Maiden. Extinguish the favourite at $2.30. Debbie Baby's moved in, Whoops up to the outside. Field's ready, 1500. So waiting for signal. There it is. And they're away. Pro show a little bit slow. Extinguish jumped well. So too on the move. Mohawk Warrior Whoops is being sent forward from that wide gate. And they were followed next by Debbie Baby. Further back to She's a Beauty, who's going to nestle around about midfield there. With Antalian dropping back to last. Karma Queen is second last. And Savage Love third last. So as they make their way towards this first turn, and Whoops has got over from that wide gate and is the front runner, leading by 2 lengths on Debbie Baby, and on the move Extinguish, just about box seat 4th, one off the rail there, followed by Pro Show, Mohawk Warrior, and She's a Beauty's being kept out 3 wide midfield, no cover. After a length came Antalian, and then came Savage Love and Karma Queen towards the tail end. So with 700 to go, it's Whoops leading by a length on Debbie Baby. On the move is Camp third, right behind the front runner, 4th Extinguish, and then She's a Beauty, who's been on a wide path. Next Antalian, Mohawk Warrior, and Pro Show, Savage Love. And the last one remains Karma Queen as they turn for home. Whoops had the lead here. On the move, gets away from the fence to pursue it. Extinguish out wider with She's a Beauty and Antalian all putting themselves into the race. 300 to go. Whoops tested by On the Move, Extinguish, She's a Beauty and Antalian. They're the front 5. On the Move drew to a narrow lead. 200 to go from Whoops, Extinguish, and then She's a Beauty. On the Move is fending them all off though. Looks the strongest. Gained a length lead late, and On the Move too good for them. Won by just over a length over Extinguish. Whoops in 3rd, She's a Beauty in 4th, and then Antalian, followed by Karma Queen and Pro Show. Next in was Savage Love and Mohawk Warrior, and along last was Debbie Baby. So On the Move is capitalised off an inside draw and having the leaders back run through the race. And Billy Egan's got the most out of him, just edging up a little bit further in trip today, and he was nice and strong when he needed to be in the last 200. The race was there for all 5 of them to take, and it's been On the Move who's proved the strongest of those 5. It's drawn on to be Extinguish in 2nd spot. Whoops back along the inside, will fill 3rd, and She's a Beauty. She didn't have a great deal of luck through the race from a 3 wide position, and she's only really peaked on her run the last 100 or so. So that will be the finishing order, 6, 12, 7, 14. The winner On the Move is a 3-year-old by Trapeze Artist, winner trained by Danny O'Brien and was ridden by Billy Egan. 12 Extinguish in 2nd, a filly by Quasia, Kira Marr, Ben Allen. 7 Whoops in 3rd by Territories, Mitch Friedman, John Allen. She's a Beauty in 4th, Antalian runs 5th.
So what happened? Because of again, that circus going on, the neutral went through. There's a lot of circus here. This thing cannot win. This thing cannot win. 9 I liked, but that thing can be challenged by anyone. The 6 went through. Man, we trusted the first race and that turned out to be a bummer. That was the first one. We trusted that and should never trust anyone in horse racing. That's the bottom line. 2, 5, 1 and 8. Okay, this is what I have. If you look through the odds, 2, 5, 1 and 8. 2, 5, 1 and 8. That's the odd. 2 is the favorite. 2 is in very good hands. But this one, again, is a drift. It's an inner drift. The linear is 8. It's a weak linear. If we look through the rails, that 3 goes out first. That 3 goes out first. This one is the largest drift, outer drift. And if we look through the handicapping, that 8 is the one which is handicapped. Then it is this one, which is 2, which is definitely in a relaxed position, but that's a drift number. The highest advantage has been given to 1, and then it is 3. And let's just play this one. Let's just play this one. So here is what my thoughts are. If we look at the horses, they're almost the same age, apart from this 8-year-old mare, which is number 4. Okay, which is number 4. They're almost all the horses are same age. They're not the same sex, but they're all the same age. And if we look through the handicapping, that 3 has the second highest advantage here. It's the second highest advantage. These two are handicapped horses. None of them are in winning position. This one lacks rail. This one is a drift number. The 3, if we consider this as a same sex or same age stuff, then there's a lot of advantage on that 3. Plus it has advantage on the distance as well. And they're also drifting. They are a losing team. This is just for the sake of it. I'm going to play the 3. Since we've skipped all the races apart from the first one. The first one I played trusting that they're going to do exactly what they've been doing, but they kind of knocked us down. This one we're going to play. The 3 is not there within the odds. I'm going to play 3. And if they bounce because of their management, then it'll be a very, very sad thing. If they bounce because of their management, because the management is definitely the worst. The management is definitely the worst. This is 100%. This we do not know. These are like 22, 24, 22, and this is the highest defaulters. They are the highest defaulters. But it is just that they are in a good position today, and we have this is a high risk. This is a very high risk one. I mean, so far what has happened is they are playing and they're playing strong. I don't know whether they're doing any hanky panky yet. I'll have to run the data and check, but the thing is, this thing has been playing up. So I am going to play 3. I'm going to play 3, and this is a very high risk one. I do not advise anyone to get in, but I'm going to play 3. This the problem with 3 is the management. Other than that, everything looks okay. It is not the best, it is not the worst in terms of handicapping, but it is definitely the worst in terms of management. But it's a good horse. So I'm going to take a chance and see what happens with this 3. I'm going to put my bet at the last moment at the gates if that 3 doesn't get tailed.
Benton out for the fifth, the high game in its choice handicap. The stretching is on 6, race 5 and 3.
Anyway, thanks so much for your time once again. I was just very eager to get your thoughts on Tyler's career. Firstly, purchased from the UK at the Capital Sporting Physical Training Sale. What was it about his career thus far that really caught your eye?
Probably a few good runs. Not too bad, not too big,
What's the last few months look like? Some point to get out in time. How does James come up with that? Build up to that distance wise.
Yeah, I just told them.
Looking forward to seeing how we develop from experience like that's that.
Runners are at the gates here for race 5. So they're starting to load here. Dillinger has gone up into the stalls. Gate 1 for Dillinger, barrier 2 for 2 questions. For David Dean, who's on the New South Wales on the weekend, and this is his second starter. Wishing well, it's a 50 to 1 chance today, 2 questions. Most of the others have gone up. Palace Green moved in. Mail Order's the last one, and the field's just about set for the 5th. 1600. Already, off they go. Dillinger left well off the inside. Cruise Missile's going to keep him company through the first 50, and Hydrogen Power's ridden along to try and make ground on that pair after they've gone 100 metres. 2 questions to settle down 4th, Palace Green in 5th, and then Look Sharpish and Mail Order. So Hydrogen Power has ended up getting going, and he's gone around the outside of Dillinger, who's happy enough to let him go. And at the 1200, Hydrogen Power has the lead on his own. A length and a half to Dillinger, who camps right on his tail. A length away, 3rd, Cruise Missile. 4th is 2 questions. 2.5 to Palace Green, Look Sharpish, and the last one is Mail Order. So Hydrogen Power takes them off the back. 850 out, led by a length and a half to Dillinger, who settles comfortably. Cruise Missile 2 lengths away, 3rd. And then 2 questions, Palace Green. Mail Order getting up on the outside of Look Sharpish. They're the last pair as they travel down towards the home turn. So Hydrogen Power, who did that bit of work to find the lead early, has a length lead on Dillinger, comes away from the fence. Cruise Missile's under the pump early here. Signs are not good for him. He's 2.5 lengths away, 3rd, and really battling for the moment. Then came Mail Order getting around the outside of Palace Green into the straight. Hydrogen Power led. He's proving a pretty hard horse to run down at the moment. Dillinger's hard at work, a length and a half away. Cruise Missile is trying to hold on to 3rd for the moment. It's Hydrogen Power with Dillinger. Dillinger's starting to lift now, though, with 100 to go.
Fish, man, nothing will work.
Took the lead, starts to forge us away, and he's just a bit too good at the end, Dillinger. He got home.
251.
Dillinger about a length on Hydrogen Power. 3rd home, Cruise Missile. 4th, perhaps Look Sharpish in front of Palace Green in a pretty close one there. Then followed by Mail Order, and 2 questions with some distance behind them. So he just took a couple of 100 metres, maybe even a bit more, to really wind up Dillinger. But he's worn away at Hydrogen Power, and he's got the better of him in the last 100 metres or so of the race. Dillinger to score, number 2, ridden by Harry Coffey for the McAvoys. Hydrogen Power's found some form in the last couple of weeks. He won nicely at Swan Hill, off a run where he wasn't that far behind Son of Grace, who's won again. And he had to do some work in the first 200 to find the lead, Hydrogen Power, and he's only been overhauled late. Cruise Missile was hard at work a long way from home, and somehow he's resiliently run into 3rd spot. 4th goes to Look Sharpish in front of Palace Green. 2514 is the result. 2514. Favourite wins. Dillinger, number 2. A 5-year-old by Zoom Star. Winner trained by Tony and Cal McAvoy.
So what happened? The 2 was the favorite. It won, though it was not the winning number, but it was in very good hands. I tried going with the 3 with the advantage, but they are defaulters. 2, 5, 1. They were all in good hands. Even the 8, that 4, 8-year-old mare got in, but this thing did not get in. Even the 8-year-old mare got in, but this thing did not get in. It's disaster. Six, 4, 9, 10. Eight, 7, 6, 11. Okay, so this is what we have. If we look through the odds, 8, 7, 6, 11. 6, 8, and 7 are well within the rails. 8 and 7 both are neutrals, and but they're with very good jockeys. Both the neutral horses are with very good jockeys. The 5 is the larger drift, but I'm out. I do not want to get into this. I will not get in until and unless I get a clear opening. This is not a clear opening. I took a chance in this one. It failed because of the management. They're the highest defaulters, these people are. They don't even realize if they have advantage and what they need to be doing. They don't even realize that. So that's just weird. The 2 went through because of the hands, whether or not it was a winning number. Here, both of them are good hands. The other one, which is a very good hand, is this one, the number 2. I will not be surprised if the 12 gets in, the 9-year-old gilding. Both of them are neutral. I'm out.
Bucks and length more grey and all still. Attention. They do load. Pocket size inside Gators. Moved in, has been racing really well since they started utilising Cardia Daniels' claim. She's not very big, so the weight relief has been really helpful for her. 2, Pine Gate 2, the Wayfarer. She Hunt the Moon. Has moved up into the gates, as has Loafer. Faith in Her joins them. Jazz Tycoon is the next one along. Raging Monkey with a middle gate. And Proprietary the outside. The starter heads around. We're just about ready to go. 1,000 metres here, race 6. Ready? Off they go. Pocket size left smartly off an inside gate. She Hunt the Moon is presented forward immediately, and the Wayfarer is going with it. Raging Monkey won't be far away. Loafer was next from Faith in Her, Proprietary, 2 Pine, and last is Jazz Tycoon. She Hunt the Moon heads off Pocket Size with 600 to go. So She Hunt the Moon out by 2 lengths to Pocket Size, the Wayfarer, and then Faith in Her, Raging Monkey. Loafer getting into a wider position, followed by 2 Pine, and towards the back of Proprietary and Jazz Tycoon. But She Hunt the Moon is a big leader turning into the home straight. I hope she hasn't spent all her tickets early. 300 to go. She's 3 or 4 in front of Pocket Size. Faith in Her, the Wayfarer. 2 Pine up along the fence, and then Loafer. She Hunt the Moon had the lead. Pocket Size eating into it though with 100 to go. She Hunt the Moon a length in front. Pocket Size catching up. She Hunt the Moon and Pocket Size. Pocket Size nailed it. Pocket Size last stride beat She Hunt the Moon. Faith in Her runs third. Fourth is either the Wayfarer or 2 Pine. Loafer was next in from Jazz Tycoon, and then Raging Monkey and Proprietary towards the back. So Pocket Size to get there in the last hop of the race basically here. She Hunt the Moon sped out to a big lead. Must have really gone quick the first 400 of it. It's just caught up with her late. Pocket Size has done a lot of the work to make up the ground and then get her head in front in the last couple of hops, or even the last hop of the race to secure the victory. So 7 wins it, 8 runs second, and there's been a good gap to the rest of the bunch here. Each of them, the Quinella pair here, $3 equal favourites at the jump. Well backed Pocket Size, quite easy. She Hunt the Moon. They've filled the top 2 spots with the well backed runner late winning. 7 Pocket Size first. There's a 4-year-old mare by Swear for Bill Papazaha Rudavis, and was ridden by Nadia Daniels, who really seems to have clicked with this mare, including today 3 rides on her for 2 wins and a second. It beats She Hunt the Moon, number 8, a filly by I Am Invincible for the Freedmans and Steph Haley. 11 Faith in Her in third, a mare by Deepfield for Lindsay Park and Hannah Edgley. 2 Pine runs fourth, just in front of the Wayfarer, so the interims are 7, 8, 11 and 2. 7, 8, 11 and 2. We had a 1,000 metre race early in the day, the first event with a small field. They went 57.85. They've gone 57.01 here, 57.01. They don't often break 56. The track record's 56.44, so they're just over half a second outside of the course record, so She Hunt the Moon must have really gone quickly the first 4 to 600 of the race. Ahead of the winning margin, 2 3/4 back to third, 57.01. Pocket Size $4 and $1.40 on Super Tab. She Hunt the Moon 120, Faith in Her 184 the place on Super Tab as the runners make their way back. We'll head down to Olivia, who's got the winning trainer there.
I have got Bill next to me now, and this must feel extra rewarding because I was hearing in a previous post-race winning interview, you bought this mare at the beginning for $900. What a journey it's taken you on.
Yeah, she's I don't think so. Last year, it's not
So the name Pocket Size does reflect her size. She's got a big heart with a big world to win, but small in size. I guess it always has been that way ever since she was young.
Yeah. And that is a much otherwise.
Yeah, you were praising her ride after the last win at Saturday. They kept her on board for this riding style race again today. And another excellent ride. Where do you think it's going now?
I'll get fit. No.
Definitely well done. Nadia, another win on your CV, another win with this and 12 points in the RBL Investment Rising Stars series. That must feel like a pretty satisfying feeling.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about number words. Really don't do.
I think you've been very much underestimated the role that you play. That was a fantastic association with her, and I think you're giving her the confidence there to find Jiggity because you have a bit of work to do there to run down steps.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's good to see.
I know it was a cliche question, but did you think you were going to get there in this kind of stages?
A little bit unsure with
And you speak with the confidence that she's giving you. Another win on your CV and the point as well. It's really fantastic series for apprentice riders. How are you feeling in your riding career? Every win must feel like
exactly.
very highly. Thank you.
Right, this is the 7th one. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get in today, and I am staying out. Ballarat has never been like this, but today it's an exception. Anyway, the thing is that 3 is the favorite. I'm not going to contradict that 3. It's in very good hands. The 3 is in very good hands. The pressure is okay. This is not an impressive number, so this thing is going to get challenged and challenged hard. But probably it'll win. Probably it'll win. Now, 6 and 11, I'm sorry, 3 and 11 are tailing gates. And 3 and 11 are the top 2 odds. Now we need to look for a drift that might just come in between. So the largest drift is 1. And then we also have within the rails, we have this one, 2, which is there within the odds. It's an inner drift, but that inner drift is I don't know how that inner drift will work. It's well within the rails. These are the 2 horses which are well within the rails, the 3 and the 2 from gate number 11. This is gate number 11. So that's there. That's a pretty neat number to look at. Uh, this is bad. This is okay. This is okay. So yeah, probably that's what the thing is. It's 3 to 11. Probably it's 3 to 11. 5, I doubt, but this odd looks right. The 3 is okay. But then again, these people are like that, so anything can happen. I mean, it's only the best hands that are getting through today. It's only the best hands. The horses are not making sense. Probably what is happening here today. So there are, specific days when the races, they are very it's not balanced. I mean, you need to have a balance between horses and hands. So these people are like they have a disadvantage in any in every possible way, because these are professional people. This one is a 10-year-old gelding. Let's just discount that. It's a 10-year-old gelding. The 9 has got a drift, but it's in a very good hand. I'll not be surprised if that gets through, because it's a drift. The drift is a drift, but that's a 10-year-old gelding. The other drift, which is the inner drift we are talking about, this one is a 36% drift out. This is a 64%. This one is a good one. It's a 14% drift out. So, but that's a drift out. I mean, it's better than the rest. Definitely better than the rest. This is good. So the only threat is that 10-year-old gelding that I don't think should get in. But today here, it's a weird day today at Ballarat, because it's only probably the hands that are getting through. That's usually not the case. The hands are an advantage. I mean, the teamwork is an advantage. We always look for that teamwork, but if they keep winning, then there's nothing else that matters. Then there is no value of any of the other horses which are there. That possibly doesn't make sense. If we look through the Jadel, then that's what it is. And this is the lowest. So that's good. That is good. That is also good. So possibilities, I mean, generally it doesn't happen like, two of the linears getting through. First of all, these linears are not strong enough. That's the first thing. But it's strong in terms of the other. It's stronger in terms of the other horses. So that's the one in very good hands. 3 is the right favorite. I hope 3 wins. I'm going to go with 3. And generally, it doesn't happen like this, that 3 and 11 will come first and second. That generally doesn't happen at any other tracks. We race everywhere, so that doesn't happen. One of the drifts will always get in, because that's the reason for the drifts. So the highest drift is 1. If this was anywhere else, I would have gone with this 1 in between 3 and 11. So my take would have been 3, 1, and 11. That's the largest drift. But they are drifting. I don't know if that will work. I don't know, because these teams are like that, and that's one of the reasons why we have been staying out. I'm not getting the right opening today. I am not getting the right opening. I hope 3 wins in this case. Going, I mean, the 11 is not within the rails, so winning chances for 11 is very slim. 3 is within the rails. It is going to go and, I mean, do that thing. The pressure is good. This is the second highest pressure, but one of the drifts will get in, whether it is this one, or the 5 with the advantage, but they are like that. And we haven't seen neutrals winning in a very long time, but today the neutrals are winning, and that's something that we had to figure out what exactly is happening. 3, 7, 8, 11. If you look at the 6th one, the 7 and 8 were in the best hands. They were neutrals, but they were in the best hands. Then the 11 came in, which was also in a moderately good hand. And then the 2, which is again a good hand. So there is no use of any other horses. Whether they have advantage or they're adrift or they're what, it doesn't matter. Today it is playing like that. So that's the 3. There are 2 handlers on 3. 6 is a color. And
Seven Sports Bet race 3 players handicap. Scratching to 8 and 10. Race 7 at 4:30. Seven.
I think it's a great fun fact about the Ferry in the studio. The first time this Ferry came through was home track.
Yep, and we've always sort of experimented with this back to 1400 on his home track.
He's developed a nice kind of consistency. He just looks to be understanding what life as a racehorse is all about a little bit more recently.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been a frustrating horse because he showed a lot very early on, and then, like I said, he sort of this track has been really good, consistent. Johnny Allen, started to understand him,
What is it mentally that he had to learn? Was it the will to win? Was it being a bit moody? What was his personality trait, particularly with the last three?
yeah, I think a bit of everything, but that's mainly he sort of fault.
You say quite rightly, John, was worked them out really nicely for the association, so we've got the instruction of administration there as an job. They get across the soon.
Yeah, like the Jack stuff before, the talking about argument for too long because things can change up there, but Johnny knows as well, of course, before, it's not much of
We also bring nothing here in the last race. Tell me the sibling of the 12 race. Like, oh, how do you rate on the best? And I'll find contact.
yeah, very good. I like to think that over 1800, further. Slightly bigger race today, nice barrier up here.
Good luck, that's big time of shots.
So at the gates here, race 7. Yeah, it was one of the harder races of the day when we get to that, the 2,000 metre. Plenty of hopes in that. And it looks 4 to 5 winning chances here, which the market is indicating that as well. They've just started the loading process. Nick and John moves up. There's 2 or 3 others already in the gates. Kate Doctor's moving in riderless. Joins them. The $2.40 favourite. This is Seeger. It's about to move in. Has a win who's drawn a bit wider. Ryan Turf gets ready. The last 2 are Sell Chow and Fly Lie. So the starter heads around. This is race 7, the Sportsbet race replays handicap, 1400. Came Doctor the favourite. Seeker. Fly Lie moved up into that outside stall. Already. Off they go. Cape Doctor left pretty well. Top Arctic was the early leader after they've gone 50 metres. As it wins pretty close, Cape Doctor pushing through on the inside. Mrs. Seacom to settle down in 4th place. And then Chosen Venture, Nick and John, Divine Turf, Sel Chow is second last. And 2 lengths away last, it's Fly Lie. Top Arctic has the lead to himself now as they head to the 1,000 metre point. Top Arctic elected to wins a win. Who's up there in second place, Cape Doctor third, Mrs. Seacom well positioned 4th. Just over a length away then the Chosen Venture. And then came next Nick and John from Divine to Sel Chow. And the last one remains Fly Lie. So with 700 to go. Top Arctic, a length leader here from As a Win. Cape Doctor well positioned third on the fence. Mrs. Seacom's nice and prominent too. Then Chosen Venture. Further back to Nick and John, Divine Turf, Sel Chow's a long way off the front and not really picking up at this stage. Fly Lie last, they turn. Top Arctic from As a Win. They've really accelerated the gallop. Cape Doctor remains right on their tail, switches back to the fence. Mrs. Seacom in 4th position. As a Win galloped onto the lead from Top Arctic, 250 to go. Then Cape Doctor, Mrs. Seacombe, Sound Shower's getting a go on now with Nick and John. The back markers are catching up. It's as a win in front. Sal Chow and Nick and John are really driving. As a win in front, Nick and John with a big bound late, and I think might have got there. Nick and John to Flowers as a win right on the line. Then Cape Doctor and Sal Chow. Then Fly Line, Mrs. Seacombe was next in, followed by Chosen Venture, Top Arctic and Divine Turf. So a real late close here from Nick and John. And Nick and John has robbed as a win of the major end of the prize here to get up a win. Number 9, Nick and John at 25 to 1. As a win, Cape Doctor will run third. Sel Chow just couldn't make up that last length that Nick and John was able to do. They were coming with their runs together. So a fourth placing there for Sel Chow. The interims will go 9, 4, 3 and 5. 9, 4, 3 and 5. So Nick and John, the winner, it's been a while for him. He's always a very consistent horse. It's been 2 years since his last victory. He did have a wide run.
This is a joke. That 9 is a 10-year-old gilding. It had the drift, but it is a 10-year-old gilding. But it's one of the best hands. This is a joke. Nine, 4, 3, 5. This is a joke of the highest order. Five, 13, 15, and 17. This is the 8th one. That 5 is the favorite. It's one of the best hands. 15 is the other one, which is a neutral. It is also one of the best hands. 17 is also one of the best hands. Now, That 17 is within the rails. It's one of the best hands. Advantage everywhere, but I don't know. I'm going to stay out of this. Don't put money. Now, the only reason that I can think of that why things are so bad here, it has never been like this, and I do not want to get a negative vibe at this track. This track I have played, this track has always been very fair. But today, this thing is outrageous, and I don't know why that is happening. But one thing that might be a reason is that on Saturday at Randwick we have the one of the biggest races this year, the Doncaster Mile. So probably the best of the jockeys are not racing. These are absolutely disastrous jockeys who are here, and only the hands which are which has been into professional racing, only they are getting through. That's the only reason that I can think of. There's no other reason. I mean, this track is one of those places where I think we've played numerous races here, especially on that all-weather track. And I have played blindly here. I have played blindly. And it always played nice. It always, did the right thing. Today is one of those days where it is absolutely upside down, and I don't know why that is happening. The only thing that is a possibility is that because of the big races that are coming up this weekend, most of the jockeys have taken a break, rest, which essentially means that tomorrow is also going to be a disaster if that's the case. Or maybe, I don't know, what do we have tomorrow? Randwick, Sandown Hillside. We get Randwick Kensington. Now that's again a very tricky track, because this track will only take this is the Kensington is a tricky one on weekdays. That's why they have Kensington, because they don't have, even though they don't have jockeys. Kensington is also for newbies. It's not the main Randwick track. It is the inner circle, the inner track of Randwick, which is called Kensington. That means tomorrow also things are going to be bad.
great to have him on board because as we mentioned off air, he knows him as well.
Yeah, he's really important. Something great. That's the upfront. So, replicate that sort of form, then really happy with that.
How's your style well ability to pull that back from the weekend?
Yeah, I had a long trip to Benalla yesterday, taking out the Ballarat, Sally Watkins, Colin Park, in North Victoria. She came to the right car to go down to the race and the gardens. It wasn't her day, but her conditions that she came through well, so for having to finish this weight right now.
So those
হ্যালো একটু বাদে ফোন করতে হবে, আমি একটা মিটিং এ আছি। হ্যাঁ নেটটা চলছে। ঠিক
Thank you. With a penultimate. Yeah. I heard it though. Runners arriving at the start. 2 minutes out, race 8. Yeah, it's been a glorious day weather-wise, Terry. You should have been here. It's delightful autumn conditions here. Obviously, the state hasn't had that much rain, and the same can be said for around here. But it's been one of those days that's been pleasant for everybody if they're enjoying the day at the races. And we've got much of the same weather as part of the state for the next 7 days. Low to mid-20s temperatures with little or no rain. So it's a very settled time of year, as I said earlier on the opener. This is the time of the year the city of Ballarat put on a lot of events this time of the year because it's generally when you can plan for the better weather conditions. Now, this is a wide open race, the last. I'm giving Samurai Star a chance here. I can't believe he's $26 in the market. Good golly, he's been right in the market and running well in similar grade and runs recently. He draws the inside gate here and he goes around $26. But that's the sort of race it is. It's an open market. You can entertain 8, 9, maybe 10 of them in a field of 14 here. So had a 25 to 1 chance with the previous event. And this assignment's not easy for punters as they line up for the last. They're getting ready. First few have loaded, including Muppet, who's just gone up into her gate. Cyclone Harmony moving in this lead is ready. Tommy, first up, goes up into the stalls. Last 3 or 4 coming along. It's about $5.50 the field. $5 Muppet, actually. $5 Muppet runs favourite. Back late $9 into 6. Naval Dancer loads, also clear joins them. Start on the weights is going to be the last one. Starter heads around for race 8, the high game winner's choice handicap, 2,000 metres. Just about ready. Start on the weights is loaded. They're set to run. Just move a little. Goes over and they're underway. Shortly after the start, next he'll be getting well. Tommy's up there.
I have no thoughts, Dow's. I'm out. Today it's absolutely disastrous. The 15 is a neutral. Generally that doesn't happen, but today all the neutrals were getting in because they were in the best hands. It's all the hands. The horses have no roles to play today. There are no jockeys here.
the 1400. John Phillips out freely in the lead, about 2 lengths over Tommy. Cyclone Harmony, Let's Deal in 4th. Sacrifice up into 5th place. Just over a length.
This is kind of a wild west. Anything is happening. That 10-year-old gelding got through. I'm shocked how that, but that was in one of the best hands.
Also clear. Whistle down on the fence, worse than centre field.
This happened after a long time. That, you know, at Ballarat.
Off the back. And more chime at the 800, led 3/4 over Cyclone Harmony, a couple on Tommy in 3rd. And then Let's Deal, followed next in the field by Cable Dancer, who's been on a wide run for quite some time, about 4 deep now, trying to get around this lead. Sacrifice, Samurai Star on the fence from Muppet, also clear. Stardom awaits, Whistle Down, Matrimonial, and last is Prince of Byron as they turn for home. They punch right up. It's War Chime, joined by Cyclone Harmony. Tommy's right there on the scene. Fresh up, and then Let's Deal, who's looking for room. Sacrifice comes off the bats of the leaders to run on. Cable Dancer, Stardom awaits. Muppets run up behind them. There's plenty of hopes. Tommy a narrow leader, 200 to go. Sacrifice grabs in. Cable Dancer, Stardom awaits. Let's Deal, and then Whistle Down, also clear out wide. Stardom awaits. Cable Dancer, the front pair. Cable Dancer, Stardom awaits from also clear. Cable Dancer just from Stardom awaits, also clear. Into 4th place, Matrimonial. Close up with Sacrifice, Muppet and Let's Deal in front of Whistle Down. Tommy just beat on his run. Prince of Byron was next from Cyclone Harmony, Samurai Star. War Chime drifted out of it. And the last one was Miss Lee. So there were plenty of claimers in the last 300 metres of the race there, but it's been Cable Dancer who'd been one of the wider runners through the event. That's emerged the winner here for Bo Mertens and Charlotte Littlefield. Number 2, Cable Dancer, the winner. Over Stardom awaits, also clear, and Matrimonial will get into 4th place.
It's a complete joke today, what is happening.
A relatively bunch finish. The market indicated it was tough. There were plenty of horses putting their hands up to win the race, 200 or 300 from home, but it's Cable Dancer, a narrow winner in the end. 2, 5, 8 and 15 are the interims. 2, 5, 8, 15. Cable Dancer, number 2. Winner's a 5-year-old by Kate Bay. Winner trained by Charlotte Littlefield and was ridden by Bo Mertens. Defeats 5, Stardom awaits, who's by Tosin Stardom, Matty Williams, Dean Yendall.
So that 2 won. Now I can't argue that because that's the linear. It's got 1 league race. That's the linear. 2, 5, 8 and 15. 2, 5. 8 with that drift and 15. That 17 did nothing from all that advantage. The 2, I mean, there's no argument on this. That's the linear. Ideally a 2000 meter linear is going to win, but they are also in good hands, by the way. That's just a minor drift. This is a larger lost drift. This is a smaller lost drift. So that's what the case is today. That's what the case is today. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Ballarat, and that was the last one. And but I'm going to be racing tomorrow again in one of the tracks. I don't know where. I'm going to try and avoid the Kensington. That Kensington track is a very tricky place. And today, this is what my thought is. It is because of the Doncaster Mile. There are no good jockeys, and whatever is happening is outrageous. It is weird. I don't have words. I do not know. I am awestruck myself with this. Is probably the worst that we have done in many races. This is the worst today that we have done. I'm going to put this into bad days. This is a bad day. Tomorrow is a new day, and we'll try and see what happens tomorrow. But thank you so much for being there, Dow's. Thank you so much, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there. Zar, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. This was a weird day. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow.